right button. And that's the right button. And this is the right button. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. It is good to see you all. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I'm sorry I wasn't here, but hope everyone got some good rest. I hope y'all had a chance to do something fun. It's good to see y'all. Hello, Jack. Welcome in. Good to have you with us. Hello, Standing. It was good traveling. It was a good time. I went to see some family for the weekend. Mostly just hung out. Actually, for our normal visits, it was a pretty busy one. Um, the worst part I can say is it was hot. And we did spend a lot of time inside, so it wasn't like we were, struggling all the way through. But my family really likes to do bike riding. That's how I got into bike riding. So whenever we meet up, it's like, oh, can we get a bike ride in? But it was hot, so we kept it to a short one. We were kind of going back and forth on whether or not we were gonna try for it, but we decided, you know what, let's just do a short one and see if we can. And it went well. It went well, I think. Um, so that was fun. And then we went to see a local sports game. So that was fun. That was fun to. I'm not really a sports person normally, so I don't know. I do find sports is a fun thing to do, like socially. Like if you're watching it with friends or you're, going to a local game just to sort of see, you know, to have the experience of it. That I find is fun, even though I'm not usually like personally that invested in the sport itself. You know, having it as a thing to sort of play off of or be a part of is exciting. That said, it was an exciting game, and definitely by the final quarter, I was very invested in it. That was cool. But yeah, it was a good time. It was a pretty laid back time. Um, I did do some drawing. I did a little bit of just stuff on the side. Did some reading. Um, but yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. Um, I did. I think I posted on the Discord, but Valk had her anniversary over the weekend, so I was able to post up the artwork on Friday once I had delivered it. And she seemed very happy with it, which is good. Yeah, it was a good weekend. It was a good weekend. Um, it has cooled off, but it's still hot in my room because I have the computer and everything going, so it's still like, it could be more cooler. It could be a little bit better. I would not mind that. Today was very low energy though. Maybe it's because of the summer heat. Maybe it's just because I'm still kind of rolling off of the trip. But I got up today. I had my breakfast and I started like jumping into work, and my brain was just like, "I'm not with you today, Choom. I ain't doing it." And I'm like, I got a little bit done today, but it was a pretty laid back day. Did some grocery shopping. I picked up some food for dinner. I did get like some drawing done and a little bit of model work done. It was just not, I guess I might say, nearly as much as I might hope to, but there's always tomorrow, right? There's no reason to force it, no reason to freak out about like, oh, I did maximize my day. You know, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? How about you guys? How was your weekend? Oh, and I forgot to say hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. I hope you had a good weekend as well, and I hope your week is off to a good start. Yes, yes, yes. Um, I saw today, so I still haven't jumped into X4 to check out the new update, but I saw a YouTuber covering a mod for X4 that it doesn't reskin it into Star Wars, it like rebuilds it into a Star Wars game. Like it replaces all of the ships with Star Wars ships, right? So prequel era, original series era, legends, pulls a broad variety of ships into the game and gives, the ones that have interiors, it gives them interiors. So like you can actually walk the bridge of the Star Destroyer and walk around the Millennium Falcon and stuff like that. It rebuilds all the factions, so it's not, oh, it's the same factions, they just have a different lane. Like it actually changes where the faction is and what the personality of the faction is like. It, replaces all of the star systems with Star Wars locations. Like it's a massive overhaul of the game. And it's kind of funny, the YouTuber was saying they reached out to Egosoft, the developers of X4, to get see if they had anything to say about the mod, and they just responded no comment. It's like we're not going to touch it. We will neither affirm nor deny the existence of this mod or give any opinion on it. Which is understandable, but I think that's also good that to their perspective, the amount that they're interested is like, look, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble, we are totally okay with it, right? So if they had an issue, they would say something. They would have to say something. So I still have the original save that I started, I don't know how far back. I would probably continue with that for a while just because I feel like that it's better to sort of continue there for a little bit and like make all of my mistakes and figure out how to properly play the game on a given save file. And then later, once I've sort of gotten more of a handle on the game, then I can try making a Star Wars version or doing a different build or whatever I want to do. But that also kind of assumes that I'm never going to get around to it, which right now is, I don't know. That's super up in the air. That is super up in the air. I have no idea. There's just a lot I want to do and a lot I want to play. It's like I like X4 at this point. I enjoyed figuring it out. It's just it takes a lot of time. The upside is it is to some degree one of those games that I can kind of multitask on. Like there is enough sort of idle play and waiting for stuff to complete and whatnot that I can draw on the side or whatever. Some games like no, your hands are on the controller and you're not doing other things in the meantime. But me, I have zero attention span. It's not zero attention span, it's just I'm obsessed with multitasking. So one other thing, while we were down there, I was talking with my family and they were kind of asking, not like expectantly or anything, but just sort of like, what are my plans? What am I thinking about for the summer? And I did want to bring it up just because it would relate to you guys a little bit. So we do have one more trip planned for next month. So it'll be another week or weekend, something to that effect, where I would be out of town, right? So a couple more missed streams in that regard. But beyond that, there are a couple of things that I feel like I want to do this summer, right? Trips that I want to go on. Not necessarily long trips, right? I'm not thinking anything that would take me like out of town for a month or something, right? But definitely things that I might go, out for a weekend, be gone, leave, sort of the same deal, right? Leave Friday, come back Monday, something to that effect. So I don't have anything that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing that. But I just kind of want to bring it up to let you guys know we definitely have one more, and then uh, maybe sometime next month or in August, I might look at doing something else? Question mark. We'll see. We'll see what we feel like. We'll see sort of how things develop. Because I don't know, like obviously there's a lot of stuff that I want to do with the stream. I want to work on the new model and the debut for that and all the stuff that goes with it. There's the artwork that I want to make and the games I want to play and the development that I want to do. But there's also kind of the opportunity of like I have my time completely afforded to me. And outside of my obligations to you guys with the stream, I can decide what it is that I want to do and how I want to allot my time. Obviously there's stuff, like I said, there's stuff that I want to work on, but this is also kind of my vacation before I start looking for another job. So I do want to some degree, do some of those things that I kind of always wanted to do before. I mean, honestly, for a while, even, when I moved to where I live now, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm really excited to be in the Pacific Northwest. It's so beautiful. There's so much nature. I can go hiking. I can go traveling. And there's all this stuff, and I can't wait to explore it. And then grad school is like, yeah, that's real fucking cute. Get in the lab. And I was at school 7 days a week for 3 years. Not 100%, but you get the gist, right? And then after that, it's like, okay, well, I'm graduated. Now I need to find work. And, that was the majority of the thing. So, and all the time that I have been here, like I have gone on hikes and trips and stuff, but definitely not to the extent that I had sort of hoped to do. So, I'm not going to try and do some sort of like whirlwind tour where I get to everything that I meant to over the past however many years, but definitely to some degree, it's like, I should do that now. I should go ahead and hit up some of those places that I had in mind because that would be fun. So once I sort of figure out what that's going to be, I'll let you guys know. The other little caveat, which is very sort of like, well, I have no idea. Obviously, my current circumstances were not exactly something that I planned to do. This is sort of where I found myself. And I have no idea how long I'm going to continue to be jobless. I'm affording myself in a certain amount of time to just sort of enjoy myself. But how long that's going to be and how long it's going to take to find a job once I get back into the hunt. Now, so, just sort of pointing that out of like, I'm sort of planning around the summer, but then past that point, who knows, right? Who knows how long this is going to continue for and how long we can sort of expect to have extra time to do stuff and whatever else. I don't know. I don't know. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll play it a week, a month at a time, and then sort of decide what it is we want to do and how we can go about it. Is there anything else? Oh, there was one thing I was sort of when I'm traveling, I always have these like various conversations and stuff. I'm trying to recall any of them that came up just because, it's like you got a bunch of time on the road, you gotta do something, so you talk. Mage. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. I hope you had a good weekend. Hope your week is treating you well. Um, One thing I will go ahead and sort of sneak peek for the debut, whatever that does ultimately come to pass. I want to do a long stream for it. I want to do an abnormally long stream, so it'll be an exciting day. I hope. I haven't decided everything that I want to do, but I feel like it's a special event. I feel like it'll be a good opportunity to do some fun stuff. Um, Val had her anniversary this weekend and streamed for 48 hours straight. And it's just like, I don't know, those guys are built different. They're able to do those streams, and I just watch it. I'm like, how do you function? They're insane. But I respect it. I respect the hustle. All right, got everything baked done for the trip. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. So I hope that goes well. Hope you have a good time. I'm glad all the prep is done. Now, all you got to do is do it. I haven't gotten a haircut in forever. I mean, I'm not going to, but it's been a very long time. Hair just kind of takes care of itself. But nice. I hope you have a good time on the trip. Um, yeah. Why don't we go ahead? Why don't we jump in? Obviously, we can keep yapping about this, that, and whatever else, but we've got some art to work on. And you need concerning the sides are over my ears now. That's just distinctive. Long hair is underrated. There we go. All right. So we got to a pretty good spot last time. I am honestly impressed, like how quickly we were able to push through with this one, especially considering there was a bit of time in there where we were kind of struggling to figure out what the plan was. Give me 1 second. I forgot to turn my lights on. Gotta appease the tracking, make it easier for it. Okay. Now one thing I did want to do. So on the Coco drawing of her run of Near, I was able to sort of photo bash some sky cloud photos that I had taken. I thought looked pretty good. I thought it was nice. I thought it was a nice look. So we've got kind of a rough idea going on with the clouds here, but I kind of wanted to try a similar thing and see if we could get something fun going on. See how it looks. Keep off longer hair. You do not have body type. Long hair looks good. That's fair. So, thought we would try copying a little bit of this in and see if it's going to cooperate. Where's my cloud? Let's turn the flowers off for a minute as well. I do think the scale of the background might be a little bit uncooperative. We might need to bash a couple photos together to sort of get everything to fit the way that I would like them to. Like, I think the cloud work here is pretty good. Though, let's try maybe making it a little bit smaller, yeah? So maybe if we did something like that, and then yeah, let's try this one. I think this might work. But I think what we would have to do here, and admittedly, this is something that I think I personally feel Clip does not do as well as Photoshop. Like the selection tools are not nearly as good. So I think what we would try and do instead is just sort of mask the photos together. Also, why are the flowers still here? And sort of bring a few sections back in, right? Just so we have a bit of that like shape on either side like we had mocked out. That's not bad. Might actually need to make it even bigger. I think it's got the same sort of problem with the view, like the scale of the things doesn't quite match up. So we kind of have to fix that a little bit. That's not bad though. It definitely gives us something to work off of, right? Even if we don't keep exactly the way that it looks, I think it gives us a good sort of color foundation to play with. And then I think the one thing that I do want to see if I can grab one of who's gonna be good for this. You're gonna be cooperative. Let's grab here. Let's do this. Here's what we can do. We can grab this again. And we're just gonna pull part of it in and bash it together to get the shape that we want. Plus, since it's the same sky, it should blend pretty nicely. Nice. I think that works all right. And where's the haze layer that I had before? let's start there. Because I think we do still need a foreground. I don't think we can sort of just put this in the background and call it a day, but I do like where it lets us get to. I think it gives us a lot of really interesting stuff that we can sort of paint on top of. Right, to sort of make some of the shapes a little bit more distinctive, a little more deliberate. And just sort of get that like painterly feel. That'll look good, feel good. Plus, we can go back in. Where is the flower layer now? Why do I keep losing the flower layer? What am I doing? There you are. We can sort of go in. And fill more of the plain, the valley. To sort of connect the idea together, right? I feel them. Guys, I have some terrible news. I keep ranking up in Deadlock. I'm up to Arcanist 2, which is like gold tier. Second class. And this is a disaster because eventually I'm just gonna run into a brick wall and I'm just gonna lose every game I play. I'm like, why does the game keep ranking me up? I'm not this good. I need you to stop because you're going to realize that I'm actually trash. And it's just gonna be a train wreck. It's gonna be so bad to watch. But the game keeps saying, no, you're doing fine. Keep going up the ladder, up the ladder. Like, no, game, please. What you're hearing is to play games with me in the lobby, so the average drops. Honestly, I don't know how the matchmaking works. Like, I don't know, if you and I were to play together and you are a lower ranking, because, like, one of the people that we play with is a substantially higher ranking than I am. It's like 2 brackets up from me. And yet the games that we play when they're in are not drastically mismatched. So that kind of says to me that the game is trying to, like, find people of an approximately similar, like, general play capability. Like, not everyone needs to fit into the same bracket, but like, okay, let's get one person. On this team, we have one person in silver, one in gold, one in diamond. I'm just using like generalized terms, that most games use for their ranking systems. Who coined those anyway? Was that League? It might have been League. Anyway, I was like, okay, so this is sort of the ELO distribution that we have on this team. Let's try and find a similar distribution of skill levels for the other team. And then everyone can kind of have approximately the same experience. Mage, you don't suck. You got some things that you're going through, but you're not doing badly. Granted, the game is not making it easy for you, but it's not a skill issue. Use Steam app called Wallpaper Engine. I don't think I do. I know about it. I don't think I ever actually got it. Hello, Sonic. Hope you're having a good week. Hope your weekend was good. Congrats on the speaker. Time machine whispers quiet but defiant. It's time to leave. Memory of time machine fire on its wings from your history. It's malware. That's not great. Well, thanks for the heads up. Golden gleam before it fades away. You're the inner space. Is above familiar face in front of me. Reminds me you're not the sea away. Make wallpapers are uploaded applications. Used to install malware, steal accounts, collect Man, you can't have good shit. Can't have nice things. That's unfortunate. What could be reason to believe? It's only at your feet, golden gleam before it. On it and just use your own verified accounts. Right. Which, yeah, I guess would either... I mean, it's not ideal just because that would kind of... Like, obviously, you have your own expectations to be mindful of what you install and where to get it from. But I can also see Wallpaper Engine looking like, well, we don't really have a way that we can curate everything that people would put up. So yeah, to some degree, it does sort of fall to the user to be mindful of what they get and where they get it from. Which I suppose is just kind of the way the internet is. It sucks, but there you go. Some young breakers want to take us on kitchen tea. The golden gleam before it fades away. Gaze of a familiar face in front of me. Not to me, you're not to see away. I know I could probably put some sort of filter over this to simplify it. Maybe I should, but I also don't like the way Clip Studio really does filters. One, it drags the computer down something terrible. Like, it always chugs whenever I use the filter system in Clip. So I don't like that. But I don't know. I kind of prefer to just do it myself, you know? Just learn more from doing, you know? I know one thing I want to bring up. I thought of it the other day and just wasn't really a chance to bring it up. Something got me thinking about the Weeping Angels in Doctor Who, and that sort of spun off to a more general consideration of like horror monsters and horror tropes. So the thing that really sucks about the Weeping Angels is, they were introduced in an episode of Doctor Who, and the concept is really solid, right? It is an enemy. It is a horrifically fast, strong predator that can only attack you when you are not looking at it. And so it became this really well done horror plot of this enemy that once it sees you and you see it, it's really hard to run away from, because if you turn to run, it just catches you and kills you. So you have to figure out how to sort of trap it in place while also trying to get away. So the first episode where they introduce it is really well done, is really interesting, it's really creepy. And then they bring them back for another episode. And here's where the challenges of writing horror start to come in, because it's like, okay, but we know how the Weeping Angels work. So the second episode's answer is, okay, well, we tweaked the rules, right? Now they can do this, and they don't have these limitations, or here's the other wrinkle that's brought into the equation to sort of upend the expectations and make new challenges. And then they did it on they brought him back for another episode, and they tweaked the rules again. And I feel like that is sort of the pitfall of horror writing in general, not just for Doctor Who, obviously, but even the Xenomorph in Alien, right, is a fantastic horror monster, right? It is scary, it is distinctive in its design, it's really fun as an antagonist, it's great. But if you look at the rule set of it, the Xenomorph is fairly basic, right? It is a fairly simple, straightforward. I mean, it's an animal, basically. The only thing that's really unique about it is that it has acid blood. The little Ataco mouth inside its mouth, the submouth, again, is a really interesting design element, but mechanically isn't really that different from a scorpion stinger, right? It's just a tool that it can attack with when it wants to, when it feels like it. Again, no shade against the xenomorph. I think it's fantastic. Though I was pointing this out to my brother. I'm not sure how I feel that angels can be dealt with by making two angels see each other. I thought it was a clever way to resolve the conflict, at least in the first episode. But then after that, it's like, well, now they don't do that whole back in time thing. Now they just kill you. Also, the energy from whatever ship engine or whatever was leaking, I don't remember the exact thing, like gives them enough food that they can move on their own. I don't know. Need more weapons to be its ability to sneak up on you. Yes, and that kind of comes down to the core of it. The scariest thing in most horror is what you don't know, right? Humans are inherently afraid of the unknown, right? That sound in the darkness, that shape that moved in the corner of your vision. And it's why jump scares are so effective. It is. I think jump scares are triggering the fight or flight mechanism. You know, there's that old video of, you know, the like the cameraman and this guy in like a creepy mask, or, you know, setting up jump scares on people, and the guy in the mask is like hiding inside a trash can. You know, the guy with the cameraman like starts to do an interview, and then the jump scare happens, and they jump scared this guy, and the guy just like turned around and punched him square in the face, and he just kind of slid back into the trash can. It's like, okay, fight or flight mechanism says fight. And like, it wasn't a conscious thing because he punched him and then he freaked out. But like, the initial response was, no, fuck this. Whereas psychological horror just has that like constant creeping effect. Yeah, it was a little deserved. Yeah, like actual psychological horror that builds up relies very heavily on the thing that you don't fully see or understand. And the more that you start to get a good look at it, the more that you start to define what it is you're dealing with and define the rule set, the less likely you are to be afraid of it. Because you have more control, you have more understanding. You know, there's you can still have a healthy fear and respect for something, but you're not going to be afraid of it in the horror sense, you know? So, you know, I mean, frankly, Alien kind of ran into a similar sort of problem. I think they handled it in very good ways, right? But the first movie was okay, here's a single xenomorph. We don't know what it is we're dealing with. We just know that we landed on this planet and we encountered these weird eggs inside a spaceship, and one of them, hatched, first encountered the face hugger, and then it slowly proceeds to brutally murder the entire crew. And I was talking about this with my brother, and he pointed out in the first movie, we couldn't recall a single moment when the xenomorph used acid blood. We knew the face hugger had acid blood, right? Because they cut one of the face hugger's arms to try and disconnect it, and it bled acid. But we never saw the xenomorph bleed acid. So you have this weird sort of like, that might have been something that didn't pick up until the second movie. But throughout the entirety of the first movie, it's like, okay, we're dealing with the face hugger, and then we're dealing with the face or the xenomorph in its infant stage. But they see it and they're like, okay, so we're dealing with something that's like the size of a cat. And by the time you see it again, it's already adolescent and it's like human size or very near to, and is able to just kill at will. And then you get to the final scene where they're on the escape pod, and Ripley is able to shove it out the airlock, and it doesn't die. It clings to the outside of the ship and tries to get back in, and it isn't until she blasts it with the engine that it is finally dealt with. And I'm not going to say it's dead. It's just gone. It's probably dead because the engine is putting out a lot of power, but all we really see is that it gets blasted off the side of the ship, right? So then we get to the second movie. It's like, okay, so we have these things that we have established about the xenomorph. We know enough about it that, like, there are plans, right? There are things that can be done, things that we know, things that we understand. Is just into space with no propulsion. Right. So it's stuck out there, at the very least, until it eventually dies of radiation and cold and whatever else. If the xenomorphs are able to tap into the force, then we're all fucked. That's the last power up the xenomorph needs. But admittedly, a xenomorph on the Jedi Council would have made the prequels very interesting, it's true. Just send that to fight Grievous. Especially a xenomorph with either Jedi healing or Sith lightning, both are a huge no. Yeah. I don't know if it even needs to go that far. Just the Jedi jump ability. Or just imagine it being able to force pull you onto its tail. Yeah, there you go. And then it just has a lightsaber like fitted onto the end. Because someone thought, yeah, let's give the xenomorph a lightsaber. Nothing can go wrong with this plan. And then everything went wrong with the plan. But what they had to do in the second movie was, or the same thing with the angels, is like, okay, new rule set, right? And the spikes on the tail and the bladed edges, and then the Mandalorians are all just breathing heavily. Simplify a little bit of this. Hopefully it's nicer. So, the obvious difference, so obvious that it is in the title, is well, there's not just one xenomorph anymore, there's multiple. We're not on a ship anymore, we're on a planet within this facility. Fully established that the xenomorphs do have acid blood, not just the face huggers. Demonstrate their ability to, use pack tactics. On the human side, it's like, okay, well, we have military grade equipment now. We have the assault rifles that can kill a single xenomorph pretty easily, right? We got the shotguns, we got the flamethrowers, so like the ability to deal with a xenomorph, kind of as you would expect, having defined what it is and set its rule set pretty clearly, is like, yeah, whatever. But now you have to deal with a lot of them, and they're not going to come at you one at a time. So figure that out. And the second movie also didn't try to be a horror movie as hard as the first one. It was much more action thriller, which is fun. Nothing against that. But differences in creative team and whatnot aside, I think it wasn't a bad idea for them to just say, well, if we're going to struggle to hit a level of horror on the same caliber as the first movie, then let's not do that. Look at how many horror franchises, had a couple successful entries and then just kept going because the studios involved were like, this would make you a ton of money, make more of them. And by like the fifth movie, you're just like, guys, what are we doing? I got this. Greyhound Station. You say it's darkest before dawn. And Horror is hard to write for. I would not want to be in that situation. I would not. One, I don't like horror nearly well enough to like study it. You know, go through the material and practice it. But I feel like it is a hard subset of storytelling to like come up with things that can stay interesting. The greeting. Hello, Sonic. Yeah? What's that? A lot of friends who love horror and I get nothing from it. I I feel like I just generally get kind of uncomfortable. Like there have been a few horror movies that I enjoyed well enough, and obviously some of the classics are like, yes, these are good movies, but like in general, I don't like horror movies. Like obviously Alien, I'll count Terminator as I guess Terminator isn't really a horror movie, it's more of a thriller movie. But like The Thing was really good. I watched Ring way back in the day. That movie gave me nightmares. That movie terrified me for a long time. I don't know that I would even call it a super good movie, but it definitely scared the shit out of me. So, mission accomplished on that front, I guess. So sweet, it hurts a little. But you know, everyone's got whatever they like. Find yourself chilling on a hammock in tropical island. Hmm, not bad, not bad. I do have a couple other pieces that are very sort of summer themed, so there's time we might do something like that. Look at that blue. Yeah, it's definitely the season for it. This weekend felt very summery, but not in the good way, not in the fun way. More of the everything hurts and I'm dying way. I'm gonna get rid of this one, actually. It doesn't... I don't like where it sits in the composition. It just kind of... It's distracting. I think we'll fill this in a little bit as well. Just to sort of get closer to the original idea. Down. Yeah. Be a hero, I don't wanna be the hero when the sun goes down. I just wanna let you know it down. Hey, Lakota. Thank you for the 48-month resub. Really appreciate the support. It was good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. Hope your weekend was good as well. There you go. I'll be a hero in the story in the moment. I don't wanna be the hero. I wanna watch the sun go down. Does it come to this? There we go. Let's see. Yes. I haven't. I didn't go to the theater to see it, but I know the Digital Circus finale releases publicly online. There's a better word for it this week. It's a shame how the internet has been about the show, but I have enjoyed it, so I'm excited to see what happens to the end, what the finale is like. Obviously, no spoilers about it, please and thank you. I saw a few people like mentioning that they were going to the theater, and I was like, oh yes, thank you for the reminder. I went on all my socials and just like blocked the term. I'll be down for a little bit of discord about it. Discourse. Very important difference in word. Discourse about it. Once I've seen it, but you know, some people just can't help themselves. There's one artist I follow who I quite like their work, and they do a wonderful little webcomic, but they'll also just make art of stuff. And like at one point it was a series finale, and they did fan art within a few hours of the episode airing. I'm like, gee, thanks, asshole. I hadn't had a chance to watch it, but sure, just throw that out on the internet. I mean, I used to do some similar stuff back in the day, but I would spoiler tag it, you know? Need to confirm. It's not related to Digital Circus, is it? Mike Myers was brought back to play Dr. Evil for a Verizon commercial. Sure. Sure, why not? I don't know, like I see ads where Jeff Goldblum is, I don't even know what it's for. I make a point of not watching it, but it's like an insurance company or something, and Jeff Goldblum is always there, and I'm like, you know what, Jeff? You get that bag. You have managed to hold out as an actor for all this time. Who gives a shit? If someone's giving you an offer, you take it. So hard to get established as an actor and to keep going, right? I feel like there are a lot of people that, you know, become really big. They blow up for a couple of years and you see them in a bunch of projects and then they just kind of disappear after a while. And the whole ass costume, even in the same chair. Nice. Are you sure he didn't just send the commercial to Verizon like, hey, you want to. I made this for you, pay me. And they're like, okay, sure. He just had all this stuff lying around. Go and sort of simplify some of this a little bit. help make it read a little bit easier and make it all blend. There we go. I think that's starting to blend together pretty nicely. Not totally, certainly, but it feels pretty deliberate, I think. We're going to put more flowers in the foreground, so I'm not particularly worried about that. Kind of a mix of the two general methods that I go through, right? A couple of times I've photo bash clouds, and a few times, most times I paint them, so doing something sort of in the middle is interesting. Got a certain look about it. Right, and then in the foreground, what do I want to do? Honestly, I think the foreground's looking pretty good where it stands. Let's see, what? I think it's the color variation. Yeah, color jitter, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That blends nicely. I like that. I like that vibe. Hmm. Okay, let me look something up really quickly. You'll say, tear it down, burn it down. I think what'll probably be the easiest to do will just be to work into these flowers rather than try and paint on top of, like, completely paint new flowers in addition. Let's think about how I wanted to sort of fill the two of them together, but this seems the least troublesome, I suppose. We'll have a sort of natural integration. Hopefully, if I do it right. And all is that she can. You are free. If this is the end, I'll do it again. I did play a little No Man's Sky over the weekend. Mostly just hunting down Corvette parts so I could start building a nicer one. I found a bunch, but now I'm sort of in a position of, okay, but what do I actually want to make? Like, I have this kit that will let me create such an incredible variety of ships. Anything I can imagine. Okay, but what do I want to make? Like, if I can make anything, I have trouble settling on anything, you know? It's not like I make one ship and then I'm stuck with it forever. I can definitely, make a thing and play around with it for a while and then decide I want a different ship and go make a different ship. But I don't know. I never roll that way. I'm always like, whatever I make, I'm gonna end up using for a long time, so I want to be happy with it. Like, I haven't changed my outfit in Helldivers in basically since I got it. Like, they just have a green trench coat that I really like, and so I've just never changed out of it. I'll change for a given mission when I need like extra armor or something. The defense missions I'll usually switch to medium armor, but it's like most of the time, no, this is just my drip. my drip and I like it, I'm gonna keep it. The only time I changed anything was when they introduced the ODST stuff. And now I could finally get the Hell Diver or Hell Jumper armor. The helmet. The helmet. I like the armor. Armor's really cool. But I just didn't like the stats on it. Like the stats were not particularly interesting. So I was like, okay, well, I'm never gonna use this. But the helmet looks sick, so I do use that. I might boot up Dune again soon. I did like that game. I think I just kind of bounce off of survival games a lot of the time. Dune, I stuck with it for a little while, which is more than I can say of most survival games. Just not really my thing, you know? Most of the time. Let's do a few more. I think it looks good. I think it's working. I just want to couple more, just so it feels a little bit more apparent and deliberate. Stuck with it for a long time. To back off when it felt more like a weekly chore to maintain the base rather than playing the game. And so long ago, it felt like it barely played the story. Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's sort of the thing that did it in for me. Was like the gameplay is pretty fun, but I think sort of to your point, like I was never really playing the story that often. I was just kind of going through the gathering loop, which is fun enough, but it wasn't compelling enough to really like get me to stick with it. But I do want to go back and check out the story because I feel like there's something interesting there. Certainly. I feel like 3 more. 2 or 3 more. 2 or 3 more. 2 or 3 more. It's the end game, you get a small infinite source. Water and power is just something to maintain the base, even if it's at max level. Yeah, well, I agree. I think the problem that you end up running into, and to be fair, I think this is a problem, like it's something that the devs have sort of had to figure out post launch. But it's a problem that most games run into is you can't develop perpetual endgame, right? You can't develop a goal that persists indefinitely. Anything that the devs make, the players are going to eventually complete. Really worried about in PvP areas just making so those items can't function in the deep desert. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, make something that you can have in the Haga Basin just so that you have infinite power and infinite. But see, that kills the game loop. Like, I get what you're saying, but the whole gameplay loop is to collect and spend resources. Like, if they just gave you something that lets you bypass that entire part of the game, I feel like it would be the Guild Wars problem, right? Guild Wars 2, when it launched, was like, there are these aspects of MMORPG gameplay that nobody really likes that much, right? So we have taken away the holy trinity of party roles, right? The tank healer, damage dealer. It's tried and true, but everyone is just kind of married to it because it's tradition. So we're gonna get rid of it. And no one really likes their character progression being tied to their gear. So we have not taken stats off of gear entirely, but we have severely limited the impact that that has on your in-game progression. And it's like, okay, that's cool. These things sound really good. You've taken away sort of cookie cutter aspects of MMORPG that people aren't big fans of. Nice. So what did you do instead? Like Guild Wars 2 at launch, and I did not play it through any of the expansions, so I can't really say how it evolved. I know it did. In my opinion, I know. You spend 85% of your time in the safe area just maintaining your ability to play the high-end content, only get to access the said content less than 15%. You kill any motivation to pursue the in-game content. Certainly as a group, that is a huge, or not as a group. Not as a group. When it's just you by yourself, yes, that is absolutely an issue. I think many of the adjustments that they have done, from what I sort of follow with the patch notes, is not getting rid of these aspects entirely, but reducing the amount of time it will take to maintain so that you can spend more time doing the in-game content, doing the story, doing the meat and potatoes of the game rather than the veggies. I think that part's true. I think that's fair. But I do think if they were to take it out entirely, they would need to put something else in its place. Because otherwise the game would just be empty. I suppose conversely, because I can't remember, there's no trade system in the game. I don't think. I think the closest that there's a trade system is you have like if you and I were playing together, you could put an item in a storage box and I can take the item out and then put money or another item in the box that you then take. So there is that. But I mean, one of the ideas, it Star Citizen a clock chat. One of the ideas that Star Citizen has is that, okay, so, there's going to be all of these various systems to upkeep, or, things that you need to do to accomplish a particular objective. Let's say you want to make a new, let's just say you want to make a new vehicle, right? But you don't want to go through the rigors of gathering all the materials and refining them and doing missions to complete various components and whatnot. Well, you can go find people who do like those activities and buy the results, buy the components and materials off of them and use those. Minded powering my bits every week if it didn't require you to manually gather it over the worm sand, gathering the flower sand on foot with the gravity spike in very specific locations. I guess, yeah, like specifically using the wind farms. I feel like that was a big reason that a lot of the time people seem to just use the power generators. Right, so all you had to do was just go find power cells. Because of all of the options, it was the least tedious. So, I don't know. I could certainly see there being the potential option of, you know, maybe you or your guild don't want to spend a bunch of time collecting power cells or collecting sand, but, maybe someone does like doing that particular aspect of the gameplay, or they just have a massive surplus of material that they collected from some activity that they were doing. They can, take it to town and post it to the auction house, and then you go grab it and sort of bypass that process. And then, hey, they've introduced a new use for the Solari because they got rid of the tax system. So now you can actually, now you actually have a reason to collect money. Have their vision of it, maybe my ideal reality just won't ever jive. That's always possible. It is very possible. And I don't know. I do think survival games, I mean, every persistent game struggles with economy and effort balance, right? Every game is like, how do we introduce money and resource things that will effectively keep pace with the player's ability to min-max the system and still allow them a little bit of resource gain to work towards long-term goals. Because I think pretty much every MMO in existence has a massively inflated economy where the zeros are just placeholders. Is there I don't think there's an adjustment layer option like there is in Photoshop. No, let me try this. I just want to try upping the saturation a little bit, seeing what that looks like. Yeah. All right. Let's work on the character for a little bit. I do like where the background's at. Just wanna. I'm glad we could get that up and working better. So, like the level of repetition the loop requires as much as the rest of the player base. I enjoyed every aspect except for the maintenance. Yeah, I don't know. Survival games have a lot of maintenance in them. They have a lot of repetition. I think that's part of why I tend to bounce off of them as well. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just arguing, what kind of is the challenge that they're working with and challenge they're presenting. What layer is this? Oh, that's the backfill for the hand. Speaking of the hand, there's something about it I didn't like. But I do think what they're aiming to do, what they seem to be trying towards with the updates, is to not give players a free pass of the maintenance, but definitely get rid of the less fun aspects and sort of open up room to pursue more of the rest of the game. That is my guess. I was thinking about this though, because it's be a full thing. I understand every aspect of the work and the goals behind the scene. Yeah, but I'm certainly arguing from one standpoint, but I don't know everything that they're seeing. I don't know, sort of, even as you say, like what their end goal is, what they're trying to push, what they're. I can only suppose as a developer and someone that played the game for a little while. I've been seeing a lot of people saying a lot of things about Destiny 2 and Bungie, and I just have to bite my fucking tongue and just be like, just let it go. It's not your fight anymore. And even if it was still my fight, I don't get any, like, nothing good happens for me from jumping in and being like, actually. Yeah, my perspective is at best tangentially related. I was thinking about this, I was talking with my roommate about it, that, so, especially persistent games, well, I say especially, it's really like an exclusive issue to persistent games, of they release and, like, Guild Wars 2 had a huge problem where the game came out and people played it and they got to max level and went, where's the end game? Right? Where's the content? And I did not rush to max level. I took my time. I leveled multiple characters simultaneously. I played through the areas and 100%ed them. I'm annoyed because I never got the achievement for completing the map, even though I technically did. It was just spread across multiple characters. So, the power of just not stoking the online help it by posting something is underappreciated. Well, yes. But the thing that I always remind myself of is, when is the last time someone changed their mind after an argument on the internet? Like, it's just not worth it. Not worth it, because I think, sort of to what you were saying about the debate being good, a lot of times internet arguments are not there to try and reach an amicable conclusion. It is there to try and prove to everyone else that your opinion is the most correct and good and bestest, and you're the smartest cookie in the room, which helps nobody and solves nothing. But it's not about solving things, about proving your superiority over the other internet plebs. And a lot of times, the only winning move is not to play. So anyway, I saw this total dumbass on Reddit. I'm just kidding. I don't use Reddit anymore. I'm watching a person this weekend who posted something really fucking stupid because he posted before thinking. Classic. Spiraled so far out of control because they kept stoking the fire and just keep thinking, just stop and let them forget. Well, even there, it's like, you could just be like, shit, you right, I fucked up, I'm sorry. But no, 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 you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong on the internet. And so you just keep beating that poor horse. It's already dead, but you can't stop, so you just double down and triple down and quadruple down, and eventually you're at the Earth's core. Down where demons dwell. I saw a wonderful comment on a retweet of, man, the world must be so scary when you're this stupid. That feels a bit better. I think I want to round this corner out because it doesn't really feel natural. I'm a little scared for people around the stupid person because they're oblivious to the problem. Also true. And just that dude in the meme like, bro, you good? Why did I make this so small? Chat, why did you let me make the palm of the hand so small? How could you do this? Alright, that looks pretty good. Now let's work on this hand, because it has gotten no love or attention and is currently still a pizza wedge. I guess it's more of a cheese wedge. A pizza. I mean, technically a pizza wedge is a cheese wedge, there's just other stuff involved. Right? Pizza might be the greatest, like, metaphor for unity and cooperation in all of food. It's like you can have a burger, but you take the buns away and you put it in a lettuce wrap, or you can replace the patty with something else, or you can have different toppings. I don't know if there's like another food like pizza that's like, if you take any of the ingredients of the way, it just isn't the same. Or did they beat the thing in the first one? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Okay. Like, is that pertaining to the pizza? I don't know. I think I'm onto something. I'm just saying, I think pizza's a great unifier. I know some pizzas have like ranch top, ranch instead of marinara sauce or whatever, but I think we can sort of allow that as like, okay, well, you need your base, right? You need your breadish base, and then you need your sauce, and then you need your cheese. And if you are missing any of those, it really just, it's not the same experience. It's not the same satisfaction. It's not the same food. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I think this is working. I think I want to bring just a little hint of orange into this one, just so that it sort of reads like the spectrum is continuing on a bit more. Not too much, right? Because orange on blue is just going to sort of silver out. Whatever we do, running in the night. I can't remember if I have an inherent delay set up on the stream. I don't think I do. I know there's an option. It shouldn't be turned on. Okay, so yeah, that just seems like it's not the deliberate delay, it's just tech being tech. I don't think I ever had that turned on. Never really had a need for it. Oh, the thing I was saying before, I think a lot of times, we kind of see this with Dune, we saw this with Guild Wars. Well, we see them from both of those, but in like different ways. When you have a persistent game, the players are going to only spend so long progressing through, I guess we'll call it the leveling process or the early to mid game, right? But so like in the case of Guild Wars 2, the players sort of bum rushed the early to mid game because their expectation was that all of the content was going to be at the end game. That's how a lot of games, especially at that point, were operating. And so they just sort of worked on what they had been trained to do. Then they got to the end of the game and went, "Where's the rest of the game?" It's like, well, you guys ran past it. You sprinted past it. We're supposed to stop and actually like play the game and not, speed run it. So that was a bit of a miscalculation, I guess, on ArenaNet's part. That the end game or the early to mid game, the leveling game was going to last a lot longer than it did. So that was an oopsie. But I think with Dune, they had a certain idea, they had a certain mindset on what the end game was going to look like. And then players got there and started playing it, and we're like, we don't like these aspects of it. And so they've been working to change it, update it, adapt it, shape it into something that the community is going to be more excited to keep playing. Which I think is reasonable. I think that's fair. But I think it does create this very interesting challenge on the part of the developer of how much time do you spend developing content that the community might not want to play Alright, Gear, etc. Progress are hard like that. You rush the late game because you're wasting time with gear before the max level because any old gear becomes irrelevant at that point. Especially once the game has been out for a while. But even beyond just gear, like there might be entire game modes that the community just doesn't like to play at the end of the day. Right? You introduce this game mode, you introduce this in-game content, and the community is like, we don't like this one. We like that, we don't like that. And so then you as a dev go, okay, well, let's focus in on the content that the community does like. But, you know, now you've spent however long developing a portion of the game that nobody wants to play. You know, in future content updates, you can save yourself the headache and not develop any more of it. But it does mean, at least for, you know, your initial development, however much that you spent on it is effectively wasted. But then you run into the counter challenge, the Guild Wars 2 challenge of, well, we didn't make any endgame content yet. We are busy building out the progression game, the leveling game. And you guys got through that way faster than we anticipated, so now we have to scramble to get you something to play. So what do? So it's like, how much do the developers spend time developing that extra gameplay or developing gameplay that they don't know how the community is going to respond to it? Oh, I'd say it sucks. I don't have a lot of experience on the game design side of things, but yeah, I would say, you know, putting a lot of effort into something that, you know, you feel strongly about or care about, only to have the internet come back and tell you that it's shit. I mean, I can say people have absolutely quit over it. I know one guy at the company that I worked at did design work, like visual design work for a game that got lambasted on the internet, and the backlash was bad enough that he quit. He quit the industry. Because, you know, capital G gamers, man. Hurt feelings aside, it's also just kind of a numbers game of like, do we want to put a ton of time and effort and money into this material that people are going to play it once and they don't like it and they never touch it again? Or, you know, if you could work fast enough, what would be probably the ideal approach would be release the game and then see sort of where things gravitate towards and start developing content then. But also, you know, you sort of have that problem of, okay, well, if you show them nothing, how are they supposed to know what they do and don't want? Like, you have to give them options for them to say this is good and this is not. There isn't really a good way about it. I think it's really more just kind of what can you afford to do. There's different options to go about it. Easy. All entertainment is a gamble unless you just do sequels for a known audience. Well, if you're ever curious why we get so many sequels, it's because the people that write the checks are very risk averse. They want safe bets to put their money into. And something with a built-in audience like a sequel is the safest bet they can get. So make that sequel, movie monkeys. AAA games are a lot of money. AAA games are an absurd amount of money. They're too much money. There you go. But I think one of the undervalued things is transparency. You know, anytime a developer just explains what is going on, I feel like that helps a lot. I feel like everyone except for the most extreme rage baby members of the community tend to respond very favorably when you just are honest with them and like say very clearly like, hey, here's why we can't do that thing that you want, or here's the situation with the team and the project. You know, I'm always reminded of I think it must have been back in Stormblood, where people were like, we want more inventory space. Why can't we have more inventory space? And one of the, systems devs just went online and said, like, okay, look, here's how the system is working. We can't just make the inventory have more slots because it's an array. And the arrays are sort of stacked on top of each other in such a way that just making one bigger would mess up the positioning of the other arrays. So we have to find ways to fit more space in. We're working on it, but there's nothing that we can just like we can't just make the number bigger for you. We get it, but we can't. And everyone went, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. And, the conversation obviously never completely went away, but it definitely quieted down because anytime someone did bring it up, people could just point at that and be like, this is why. This is what's going on. That was years ago, so maybe they've managed to do something to sort of refactor the system and make it more flexible, but I think it saved them a lot of headache and communication trouble to just go online and be like, yeah, here's what's up, guys. Conversely, that's Star Citizen. Star Citizen is in such a weird place because at times it feels like they are very open and honest about where things are and why things are the way that they are. And other times it feels like they are just sort of moving ahead, like things are great and it's all smiles and good times and rainbows, where the community is like, guys, it's not. Why are you not admitting that? And it kind of erodes faith that the the people are like that the players, the community is getting told the truth. People don't like feeling like they're getting led on or lied to. I mean, especially a community like Star Citizen is like, guys, we've been. I say we, but there are many people that have been there for the entire run of it, right? Since 2014, through all of the highs and lows. And it's like they're clearly willing to put up with a lot. But if you don't tell them what's going on, what are they supposed to believe? Also, maybe don't release a $5,000 ship at the same time that all these things are happening. Just a thought. It's an idea. Just, bad timing. Bad timing is all. I mean, I say don't do it, but it made a shit ton of money for them, so they're gonna keep doing it. What's going on here? False kings and bastards. I haven't worked on the eyes at all. That's crazy. I guess we'll do that now. Good. I think this is I see so many things that were clearly made by bots. Gets very old. It's very sad that dead internet theory isn't a theory anymore. It just is. Upon earth we can we cross.
And one time, dreaming stops and heaven and does keep on worshiping, and we keep driving. It's a night, such a night, and we keep driving. It's a night, ah, ah, ah. Never brings from here to here. This is a once a job flying and hair and we're playing hide and seek. I can't breathe easily. Let's go on the village on the estate, just safe golden weed. And we keep driving.
Smooth this out a bit. Yeah. Well, this is kind of just a giant block of color, ain't it? Should do something about that. I'm the best I know, hard heavy. In the heart of the heart of sea. So walking across the lane, and show me what I follow. But if I stayed, it happened from my way. My was for a story. For this, what can we do here? I think we pump it a little bit more sand. And brighten it way, way up. We'll get a nice sort of halo effect. You know, we might wait till Control 2 is almost out to play Control 1, just to sort of have them back to back. That could be fun. I was thinking I might play it on my own, but having the two in sequence like that could be a fun thing to do. That's it. I have no idea when Control 2 is coming out. So we might be waiting a while. Becomes a pale heart. You should see I can breathe the clouds. Weather on my ears. Nothing better is tomorrow. That's looking pretty good. I do want to work on this cloud some more later. Later. Wait, what am I doing? I think I'm confusing this for another object. This guy. That's what we need.
on the other side, you will find him there, your peace, your best and the man. And we love without you. This comes to do you remember standing my crippled wings beating down the harbingers of our connection? I started messing around in a DAW music program because I kind of want to have like a background track for the VODs and everything. Poor VOD squad got nothing to listen to except my ramblings. I think it would be cool to have something as like an intro song or it's like a general sort of background vibe piece. Something kind of lo-fi, jazzy. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at making music, so it is challenging. It's challenging to sort of... It's a similar kind of problem almost to the Corvettes of like, okay, well what do I want it to sound like? If I can throw all these things together, what do I want to do?
And hopefully I can get that figured out in time for the debut. That's the goal. To see if it pans out. It's a bold strategy. That looks pretty good. Pour some more tea while I find the next. Good. Excuse me. I don't know what is going on. Trees or pollen or whatever. I woke up this morning lying in bed for a little bit. And at one point it was almost like I started crying. Like my eyes were just like, I'm gonna water now. I've been sneezing for days. I much prefer being teary-eyed to dry-eyed, but we could be both. Could be like a nice balance of the two. No, all one or all the other. Well, it's been terrible seeing clean my car, and the next day I had so much pollen you think I hadn't been cleaned a month. He's looking at like, why are we still here? Just to suffer. Well, I don't like it. That's better. I like that more. I like that a lot more. I think the shape of the shadow along the front just didn't really make sense before, and now it's much more. Oh. Good. Oh, oh, is that part of the arm? Yeah, it is. Right. Why isn't this erasing? It's because I'm a fool. We have a few odds and ends down here. It's definitely getting there. I'm very happy with how everything's coming along. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the alarm outside. I reckon someone fucked up their cooking. Something terrible. Let's see. Let's try this. I haven't heard this one before. And now I hear sirens, and I hope they're not related to each other. I think the shirt actually turned out pretty good. Like, surprisingly so. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, that's not good. Give me 1 second, chat. I want to poke my head out my window, see if I can see what's going on. Be right back. Okay, so bad news is they are showing up at the apartment complex next door. The good news is I don't see any like rising smoke or anything, so I don't think it's bad. So that's neat. Well, I hope everyone's okay. Yes, no visible smoke or fire from what I can see. You guys can't hear the alarm, can you? The don't think so. All right. As long as it is not interrupting or bothering you guys, we're all good. Has anyone tried that new 007 game? I saw it came out. I haven't really heard anything about it. Alright, well, the alarm has gone off. Like it has stopped. So, hopefully that's a good sign. Nothing else is new. Every single sin I repent. The chance that I have before me. Turn me back. Alright. Stop this. I haven't listened to that in a while. It's so fucking good. Let's see. There we go. Don't do that. I have the hotkey for the gradient tool right next to the hotkey for the rotation tool. So sometimes I'll go to rotate something and I'll hit the gradient instead. And that's why I draw these giant fucking gradients to take up half the canvas, because I'm trying to draw or I'm trying to rotate. As usual, I am fat fingering and causing just swaths of destruction in the process. I'm mostly just trying to get the rim lighting sort of dialed in now. It's getting there. Something does smell kind of smoky. At first I thought it was my dinner, but I think it is a little bit of whatever has happened. See. Alright, what I actually want to do is I'm going to add just a little bit of kind of backfill reflection from the flowers. A little bit, not as intense as I'm sort of implying it right now. You'll see what I want. You'll see. Give me a second. I'm thinking. I know, dangerous stuff. Shouldn't do it, but I can't help myself. Yeah, something like that, I think, just to slightly soften it up, lighten it up, you know? Get a little bit of that bounce light coming off the ground. Though I cannot see just Yeah, there's definitely a smoky smell now. And not the good kind of smoky. You know the nice smoky smell that's like, campfire. It's not that. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I think we're actually going to finish this tonight. There's still definitely some stuff that I can do, but it's feeling good. I do think the background was a good call. I like the feel of it. Speaking of which, I'm gonna jump in on that for a little bit. There's more I can do. Really sort of fill it out. Oh, am I gonna do this? Am I gonna do this? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it associated. Do this one, I guess. Um, all right, I'm gonna say I want to see what the filter looks like on this. Okay, so not these. We want quick effects. Just want to see what it'll do. Sharpness, artistic color only. Oh, it's chugging. It's having a moment. Okay, I think it did it. Yeah, so it added almost like sort of a mosaic filter I don't like it. I don't like the look. I'm sure I could polish it more, but like I said, the filtering is such a pain in Clip Studio. Like it causes the computer to chug so badly. It's like, okay, I'm just not going to use this. If you're going to be like that. Hmm. I want a brush that can help with this. This boundary's looking a little shitty. Let's see. You. I mean, that looks super artificial is the problem. Like, I could theoretically make it work. I just feel like I would need to layer it a ton. At some point, does it become worth it? Just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just being stubborn. I can work this myself. That's pretty good. That'll do. Oh, what's going on here? Got some schmutzy footsie. Good. That's pretty good. That'll do. Certainly not perfect, but I think it gets the right feeling. No, not the duster. What I'm looking for. Maybe? Probably not. Well, actually, yeah, it kind of works. It's got a lot of speckling going on, right? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Hmm. Let's get rid of some of the artifacting. Okay, I'm gonna try something that I don't think I'm gonna enjoy, but I think it'll look nice if we can actually get it to work. If we can somehow actually get some semblance of shading on the flowers, that would be nice. It's just so varied and complex, right? I feel like that's going to be really difficult to try and achieve. There we go. Go a little bit in here. Inside of this flower. Like that. Here. Oh, I see. Like, where are the other flowers in here? I got it. I think that's nice. A little bit, right? Doesn't have to be super prominent, but just enough to give some semblance of depth. Some of the outlying ones we can brighten up a little bit. Probably not, but play around with the idea. Yeah, don't really like it that much. I do wish there was something I could do to kind of deal with the outlining on it, because it makes it feel a little out of place, I guess. I don't know what I would do to solve that. We can't just fill them, or we lose all the definition of the flower. Hmm. Okay, let me try something. It's probably not gonna do the trick, but we can try. Yeah, it only really works on the outside. It's not gonna go around everything. It still helps on a couple of them. That's something. I guess what I really probably would want to do is then go in And do a bit of paint over on them. Just give that extra level of attention. Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking for something to put on. Might switch over to lo-fi in a minute. But first, I'm just looking at this. I'm thinking about the prospect of going over every flower and cleaning it up. It's like, yeah, this ain't happening. I suppose a couple of like the heroes here, right? Maybe we can give a little bit of love and attention to. Just so I have a little something to help clean them up. Was Jen rating tonight? She has been putting in some serious work on that ultimate. Don't think so. Okay. It's probably for the best. I don't know that there's anything that I would be down to do 14 hours a day, multiple days in a row. Like, mad respect, but holy shit. Final Fantasy 14 has had, looks like she did end up going live, but on the oh shit, she is. Oh shit. Okay. Damn. Well, hopefully tonight goes well. It's a demanding thing to run. 14 has had a lot of content, but they have. I mean, I think they had a similar sort of thing happen, right? To what I was talking about before. That they did a Realm Reborn. They ended up rebuilding the game basically from scratch. There's some stuff they were able to port over, but not a ton. And it's like, okay, well, we released that, and the game still has a lot of issues. So we got to clean all that up, and then we'll sort of figure out the content from there. And my brother loves the Realm Reborn fights because they're just the Wild West. The devs were just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what people liked. So you get a bunch of really interesting mechanics that kind of never show up again. For better and for worse. But like you can sort of see them just be like, well, what about this? What does this do? Oh, they didn't like that. Okay, how about this? Okay, that was better. Better response. And even some stuff that was like, yeah, people like that. They just kind of never continued on with it for whatever reason. All right, so what is this missing still? Excuse me. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna cheat the tone on this a little bit just to pop the hand out from the skirt a bit. Good.
This day is yours.
One second. Just want to check my computer's doing okay. Yeah? Okay, yeah, all good here. Good. Alright. Anything... I'm not seeing anything that's like standing out as particularly incomplete or needing attention or broken or any of that. So I'm honestly just kind of going around noodling little areas that some of the like stroke work is still more apparent, but like it's definitely in a shippable state. But you know, we've got that 11th hour, so fuck it. Let's polish. Let's optimize. Paintings you don't normally need to worry about performance, but you never know. Well, maybe this is my time to shine. I can make a bunch of wallpapers to put on Wallpaper Engine and be like, no, totally legit. Trust me, bro. See, I've even got the I'm good for it certificate. I have no idea how this fuck-ass clown hasn't fully broken it. I don't know. People that do ultimates in general have a level of determination that they're willing to throw at that game that I appreciate immensely and could never hope to match. With other things, possibly, sure, but for a Final Fantasy fight, Jesus. All of those. That'd be so great if you like tried to self-censor a word like that to get around Automod, and Automod still catches it, and the response is, I see your sins. At least you didn't say fuck Ahmad. What is that? I can never find it again, but I think it was on Eden's Discord that someone did a response to that thing of Patrick crashing out. He's like,
Just say ass! We're all adults here! Just say ass!
They're trying with the smart detection. See, I feel like anytime someone puts smart as a descriptor, it's not very smart. It's not stupid. It's advanced. Get a shirt with that. But it's just pointing at me. I saw a great one of two characters. I don't remember what it was. Two characters side by side, and they had the pair of t-shirts. And one of them was, the arrow and it said, "I'm with stupid." And then the other one was wearing a t-shirt that said, "I'm peace." And you're just like, oh no. There was an attempt. It wouldn't sell well to investors to produce a dumber than that guy who got dropped on his head a lot detection feature. You right. You are correct. You're not even technically correct. You're just correct. Mildly popular among the populace, but not the investors. And the investors are the only ones that really matter, right? Gotta make the investors happy. Delicate little snowflakes that they are. Unless you're funded by something via Patreon. Ah, sad but true. Speaking of which, hey guys! You know, I never once bought Gamer Supps. I think I got a sample pack from them one time. I was like, oh, these are pretty good, actually. And I kept like meaning to buy some. Never did. Never bothered with it. Even those sites have their problems now with all the payment processor. God, if that ain't fucking true. In light of all the recent insanity that has been ensuing with patron-based sites and payment processors, here is my bank account. Please just wire me money. Please just give me your credit card number. I promise I won't use it much. Oh, but don't forget the 3 funny numbers on the back. You deny legitimate business transactions because of political or religious beliefs, and the companies just went and will make me. Yeah. Anything about that? Almost there. Just a little bit more cleanup on this cloud. Yeah. Kind of just have to do the best we can. What's going on there? I think it's a weird blending artifact. There we go. That looks pretty good. Yes, I think that would be a good plan indeed. But thanks for hanging out today, Mage. Hope you get some very good rest. You have a very good midweek, and we'll see you next time. Wait. No, I don't see any more vehicles or anything out there. I think they put it. I think they've resolved everything. There's just kind of a smoky smell left in the air, but it'll clear out. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Mage. See you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Oh, I just remembered something I want to do. I want to do a little like rainbow highlight across the halo. Something like that, like really subtle, right? Just kind of a little extra sheen of it. A little bit where it like catches on the edges and such. I could do a bit more in the face too. First things first. Good. Into you, young. Right. Let's see. Oh, let's see if I can find the right comp version of this. Yeah, there you go. Yes, you broken promises we make no more. Yes, you open, but we will follow me the flowing water to eternal sea. And the whole of me. No time tomorrow.
So shine again. Walk on, never look back. Through you we lived.
Oh, right. I wanted to work on the face. Just soften it up a little bit. Like right in here, we can soften that up. Bring this down a little bit and sort of smooth out the transition between the two a bit. You know, I don't think I ever once flipped this around. Maybe I did when I was setting things up, but I don't think I have at all recently. And I'm glad it seems to be holding out because that would have been very sad. If I got to this point and then I realized, like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of things in here that just like don't work. What is that? Oh, I see. I'm just gonna. Feels a bit more natural. Yeah, all looking pretty good. I'm like, why is it not drawing? Wrong layer. Classic. All right. There we go. One more T-pole. Let that drip out for a second. Good. Good. Alright, I'm gonna merge some of these layers together just because we've gotten a little confuzzled around and it is time. All as one. I was ready to just take my fond memories of 14, move on with my life, but I'm honestly really excited. I'm very interested to see what they do with the changes in Evercold, and in all likelihood, I'm going to resub to it. But I'm also reminding myself to not resub beforehand. Like, there is stuff that I can do. I never played any of the Dawn Trail patch content, so there are raids to do and MSQ to do and dungeons and all of that. I think the thing for me is that right now, the game wouldn't yet be the thing that I want to resub for. Right? Like, a big part of what has my enthusiasm rekindled is the changes, right? The plans that they have to sort of move the game forward. And those things are not there yet. So I don't want to sort of jump in with that excitement and then be disappointed by what the game is right now and lose that excitement before it's actually ready to deliver, if that makes sense. And I just got to be patient for a little bit. And soon we shall get the game that we wish. Hopefully. I think to some degree, you'll have to see what the actual plan and end result is, because it might be there, it might be everything we want, it might not be, to be completely honest. And I think it's also important to remember that, especially things like this, like 14 has always been a game in flux. I think a lot of persistent games are, you know? Like, pretty much every game that is, you know, existed beyond its initial release. Every MMO, every live service title, you know, anything that sort of has that like ongoing support life cycle built into it has just a certain, like, yeah, this is going to be the version of the game that we are putting out initially, and then we'll see what people say and what parts they do and don't like, and we'll make changes and we'll update it. And, you know, with the evolve mode, the combat changes, I think we can definitely expect, like, they're going to put out a version of it, and we'll see what they say. And, you know, some parts of it will be awesome and some parts of it will kind of suck. And they'll go, okay, well, we'll make changes to it and we'll either, release updates in the expansion patches or we'll make a big overhaul in the following expansion. But I think it would be unlikely that they release Evolve mode and then they're just like, yep, that's it. You like it or don't. Very unlikely. Something about this hand still feels weird. Like, I definitely like it more than the original version. There's just something about the way that it is showing that feels strange. Let me see if I can find some reference for it really quickly. Really find something that'll give me more or less what I'm looking for. I mean, yes, there's a lot of reference photos. I'm just trying to find one that's like as close to the angle as possible. I guess that'll do. Okay. Help me remember to flip it back. I'll probably remember. It would be very silly if I get through all of this and then I just leave it inverted. That's a bit better. So one of the There's a mechanic, I guess, in 14 called an HP trigger. And my brother has brought up HP triggers repeatedly because he thinks they're a really cool idea. And they don't get much use in the modern game, probably because of the 2-minute burst window. But what it essentially is, you know, the boss has various phases and mechanics that they will do. And if you can burn down a boss's health to the trigger, it will just jump phases. It will just move on to the next thing because the trigger was pulled or the trigger was hit. I kind of want to see a reverse HP trigger of like, oh, I've reached this phase, but you have not got me below the HP trigger to move on to the next one. So I'm just going to sit on this phase and repeatedly hit you with this mechanic until you get me below the HP trigger. So, like, if it's a tank buster, tanks and healers adjust because I'm just going to continue to send you to the pain zone until you guys get me to phase shift. I think that would be hilarious. I think that would be a fantastic mechanic of just like repeated onslaught until you can force the boss to move on. You sometimes get something like that during ad phases, right? The boss will sort of jump into the background and summon ads for you to deal with, and until you have to deal with the ads within a certain time frame before the boss, you know, initiates an ultimate and wipes the raid, or you know, the boss will continue to do something until you clear all the ads out. So there are similar things, there are similar ideas that are in play in some areas, but I can't think of any mechanics where the boss just like beats you relentlessly until you force the shift. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be a good mix up of expectations. I think it would be fun for the tanks too, because a lot of times the tank mechanics are kind of just, okay, well, here comes the one thing that I need to really worry about for the next like minute and a half until my cooldown or my mitigations are off cooldown again. Whereas if you sort of get into the spot of, oh shit, the boss is going to hit me, and then they're going to hit me again, and then they're going to hit me again. Now you kind of have to say, okay, well, I have to stagger my mitigations so that I can use the first one, or these on the first hit, and these on the second hit, and the healer is going to need to really, like, be on my case because I'm going to be taking more damage per hit because I can't just stack all my mitigations on top of it and shrug it off. So I feel like something like that has the potential to actually be more interesting than some of the mechanics that we have right now. I think it could be fun. Unrelated, Bricky put out a video. I don't recall if I mentioned this before, but Bricky put out a video. Apparently, he got some hands-on time with Ace Combat 8. Namco was doing a... I think Namco was doing like a little social event for influencers and content creators. Come eat our food and play our game and so on and so forth. So yeah, you got to actually like try the game for a little bit, play a couple segments, and it's just sort of sharing his thoughts and experience with it. And he was very, very happy about it. It seemed like it is going in a very good direction. Should be a really fun game. So I'm excited to play that, and I think that will be a stream title for sure. We're not going to go through all of the Ace Combat games. I was thinking about that at one point. But we might play 7 leading up to 8, because we played Project Wingman on stream, but I don't think we ever played Ace Combat 7. I have played it in the past. I really enjoy that game. But I think that could be a fun thing to do 7 and then roll into 8 from there. That said, I have no idea like what the stream schedule this year is going to look like, because we're just starting Hades 2, and I feel like if Hades 1 is any indication, that could take us all summer or more. I feel like we're not going to get to a lot of games this year. Which is okay, because it's about the quality of the experience, not the quantity. But still. Your games can take a lot of time. They can. They don't have to. But sometimes they can, for sure. Alright. Gonna try a silly little thing and see how it does for us. I'll complain though. Yeah. No, I totally get that you have a game that's just like such a good experience. You're just like, don't go. Is there more? I will say with Horizon, I was definitely like ready to be done with it by the end of our playthrough. Like, I would say mechanically it had kind of overstayed its welcome a little bit. But the finale, I think, definitely improved my opinion of it quite a bit. I think the final mission was pretty well performed. I think especially compared to the first game. Like the first game's final mission was very cinematic, but I don't feel that it was mechanically very interesting, and I thought they did a much better job with this one, making something that was like cool to play and also fun to watch. I also think the second game they figured out better how to create boss units. Like they did some of the same thing that they did in the first game, where it's just like, oh, this is a new difficult machine or whatever that you haven't encountered before, so you don't, you're sort of figuring that out on the fly. But there were also just bosses. There were also just enemies that had never shown up before. Like Derek or whatever his name was, the asshole murder man. And then the final boss is like, oh yeah, these are just new things to deal with. So that's interesting. All right, I'm trying to figure this out. Probably just grab a thing, but more fun to try and do it myself. Yeah, I kind of like it, but I also feel like it could be mistaken for a planet. And it's like, that's not the look that I want. It's not bad. Is the No Man's Sky start feeling a little bit? Millie isn't a terrible thing. I really just wanted to try a lens flare. I don't know, like it's okay. It's okay. I think the big question, the thing that really gives it the No Man's Sky feeling, the planet feeling, is the big one, right? So then it's like, well, do I keep that? Do I ditch it? What do I want to do? Yeah, ironically, that doesn't. Trying to add more ringlets does not improve the effect. It doesn't change the way that it reads. A bit of a rainbow color like a sundoggy. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I think you're right. Let me see. Let me grab a little bit of reference and make sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're putting down. But then, of course, because it's Pride Month, let's make it gay. Try the other way just to see what that looks like. Ooh, that's actually really cool looking. I think I like that one. I don't know that it really like changes the planetary feeling, but it looks cool enough that I don't really care. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. I like it too. I think we'll do one last teeny tiny touch up just to sort of give a little bit of like the implication of the sunlight. I think that'll help sort of make it very clear what the intention is, right? What's going on. Just a little bit in there, right? Okay, and then of course we're gonna do one of these. Yeah, I agree. Just that little bit of like reinforcing the color logic or the idea. Let's knock that down a little bit. It's kind of blowing some stuff out. But yeah, just that little bit of like additional depth, I think is going a long way. And flip it. Flip it back. Just thinking about it. There you go.
to see to
Okay, I want to try one more thing, and I think we'll be good to go.
Try to feel it too.
Yeah, just that little bit of shadow. Am I forgetting something? I feel like I turned a layer off somewhere and I'm forgetting about it. No. Nope, I think we're good. Yeah, I'm willing to call it. I'm willing to say it's pretty good. All right. Well, in that case, only one thing left to do. Hmm. Thank you. Chat, I lied. We got like 8 minutes left. I want to try one thing. I want to try one thing and see if I like it better. No, we don't even have to go all the way. Yes, yet. I just want to see, how does this look? Okay, there we go. I think that's it. I don't know, something about the shape of the hand was throwing me off. It was bothering me, and I think a lot of it comes down to the positioning of the thumb. Just made it look kind of funny. It just feels a little bit better. Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, that just feels better. I think that's more a more natural pose of the thumb. Alright, so then we can just gotta do one thing. We just gotta recopy the layer into our post process and we're good. Goodness, that's a lot of color. And I kinda dig it. I'm not gonna keep it, but I do kinda like it. I like how absurdly, stupidly strong it is. Alright. Yeah, I do think it's better. I do think it's a better read on the hand. Alright. Oh, nice. Well, it definitely helped to have the extra hour on each of the streams, but the fact that we got this done, we started on Tuesday and then we played Haze on Thursday. So we did this in 2 streams, which is awesome. That's exciting. That alone is enough for me to be like, yeah, we should probably keep the longer streams on Tuesday, Thursday. So we'll see how we feel on Thursday. I'm gonna aim for some game dev. I'm gonna aim for probably doing some more of the blend shape stuff that we were looking at doing last time. Trying to get Jordan's expressions working. Um, we'll see. We'll see where my head's at come Thursday. And then yeah, I guess Saturday we'll be playing more Hades and we will be starting a new art piece. It will be time. It will be the next in. I'm gonna go ahead and call it the summer series. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Thank you for joining and chatting with me while we finish this up. And happy Pride, everyone. This is important. Love is such a precious commodity. It is such a valuable thing. And I think it is important to hold on to it, to celebrate it, whatever form it takes. It doesn't matter. We don't have enough love in the world to be particular about the kind of love that it is. So love. Love each other, love yourself. And I think things will get better. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the stream. Well, the VOD. Everyone say goodnight to the VOD squad. And we're going to find someone to raid out to. Alrighty. Bye, team! Bye.